Test, test, test. Little testaroonies. Let's move some things around here. Got my toothbrush in here. Get that out of the way. Gripes. Assortment of brushes. Earplugs. Pluggage. Buds. Whatever you want to call them. How you doing, Percy? Percy hanging out chilling today. Watching me get all set for half an hour before I actually paint anything. Got my cafe. My third one this morning. I'm going to be running to the bathroom this whole session. It's okay. It's okay. We've got this. I think we're all set. Just let the Optivisor charge a little bit more. Let's see what's going on. Lunchtime for Percy. Yeah, what time is it for you, Percy? You're down in Florida, right? That's my default. It's like half the people I know are in Florida. Florida's interesting because it's got those 2 time zones. I didn't know that. Yeah, they got a little bit of the central and a little bit of the eastern. 12:10 here. So it's 12:10 for you. You're on the East Coast then. Of Florida. Because Byron's down there and he's on the west portion. It's like Central Time. Come on. Frickin' Florida does a good western stretch, doesn't it? Huh. Let's get this. Let's get this in focus. Jeff, you're in Florida. What time is it for you? Is it 12 or is it 11? Let's see. This camera. This camera. Oh. Shit. Panhandle has some Central Time. That must be where Byron is then. You Floridians, you. Okay. Got that taken care of. You're Eastern, so it's 12 for you. 12:11. Going backwards today. Jeff's been showing off more and more of his miniatures collection. Fantastic stuff, man. I think I've seen your Teutonics before in the past. They do look familiar. Which I probably did. It's been so freaking long. It's hard to imagine I've never seen a miniature from you in the past decade that I've known you. That would seem weird. Southern Alabama. And Floridians down there. They're Alabamans. We all know that. I'm on West Coast and Eastern Time Zone. West Coast and Eastern Time Zone? Now you're confusing me. Alright, let's drop the topic. Let's drop the topic. You guys are all over the place. Let's leave it at that, okay? We're all fixed here. We're all solved. We're gonna move on. We're gonna move on, Percy. Jeff, you heard me. Moving on now. Let's not get crazy. I'm gonna put up some Romans in a bit. Yes. Imperial Romans, perhaps? Are we talking Republic? What do we got going there? How are you guys, by the way? How is everything? Took a break yesterday. I knew I would. I'm trying to do them every other day instead of every day. Space it out a little bit. Hope you guys don't mind. We'll be back again. Resin. Resin figures. I like that. Looking pretty good. How awesome. So we're starting an early session today too. That's appropriate. It's a good thing I took yesterday off. I made a lot of money yesterday, which is helpful. More money than I make doing this. So, yeah. Not as fun, though. Yeah, got 3 viewers there. I'm going to go grab something real quick. I'm going to do the grab. Was perusing Temu the other day. Cheap hobby stuff like flocking and tufts. Just don't trust the site. Yeah, well, if you do get something, report back to us. Report back. It's never what you think. That's rule number 1. It's never what you think. So if you're willing to take the risk, you find something that just doesn't seem like, I mean, how bad off could it be here? How could it be? You get it. It turns out to be not too bad. Report back. Share the link. Because that's what we do here. And we'll see if we can all get some of that good stuff. Reasonably good stuff. But yeah, that's always risky business. Crazy. Let me go grab something real quick. Gotta bring something inside from the porch. Oh, they finally switch it over? Good. I saw when they declared that, flying over the damn thing. And Google says, yeah, we'll change it. We just got to wait till everything's all on the up and up at the other places where we resource things. So sure enough, they did, huh? We got to check it out. We got to check it out real quick. How cool is that? La 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 la. Tuk tuk tuk. Let's scroll way out here. And then zoom in. Where is it? Gulf of America. I like it. That's great. That's the age we live in. We can actually see stuff being named and renamed. Map-wise. That's pretty cool. I'm looking at Florida here. So Jacksonville is over on the east. Where is the border of Florida? Oh, geez, that really does stretch out to the west, doesn't it? Right under Alabama. Huh, that's where Byron is. Okay. So you guys are over on the other side here. Okay, I get it. Because Rosemary's from Alabama. So they're right there. Okay. Louisiana. I got friends in Tennessee, or friend in Tennessee. Max lives in Alabama. So he's right there too. Got the Carolinas, Virginia, Georgia. All right there. I hope to pass through all of that. I go down to Florida. It's going to be pretty cool. Then cut across to Texas, all the way to Arizona. So I could be passing through New Mexico, of course. I keep forgetting New Mexico. It's easy to forget. I've been to Nevada, Utah, Colorado, Kansas, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania. That's the route I used to go through all the time, traveling back and forth to California. I went as far north as Maine, here on the East Coast. Been through all the upper New England states, but man, New York and New Jersey, and that's as far south as I've ever been. So wow. I could just cut a swath on my way down there and hit them all. Interesting. I'm above Tampa. Tampa. Alright, so you're on the west coast too. Kiss me. La, da, 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 da. Fort Myers, Miami. Everglades. Key West. Daytona Beach. St. Augustine. Jacksonville. I don't know why Jacksonville keeps coming to my memory. Somebody lives there or lived there. Maybe it was Byron. Did he come from Jacksonville? Where is he at anyway? Let me see. He's over in the west. See what comes to mind here. La 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 la. Marietta? Madison? Where would he be? Looking at maps today, folks. I'll get out of this in a second because I'm not actually sharing it, so it's got to be boring. La, 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 la. Nope, nothing ringing a bell. All right. Gulf of America. That's great. Take that, Mexico. Gulf of California. Huh. That's actually in Mexico. I guess. That's that part of California, right? Or is it? Shit. Baja. I don't... it's funny I don't know this. Anyway. Let's get that off the screen. So yeah, pleased for sure. Distracted as well. Do 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 do. Okay. Fantastic. Close that down. Let's get out of this window. So here we are, Wednesday, garbage day. Gotta take the garbage out tonight. Gotta remember that. Gotta keep tabs on these things. Jacksonville has the Naval Air Station there. Pretty big city. Yeah, Jacksonville. Firelock Games used to be down in Florida. I guess they moved to Arizona, from what I hear. Did you know where they were at? Down there in Florida? I don't know how active you are in the convention scene or whatever they do down there in Florida way. But they were pretty active on that front. Conventions and stuff. Percy. Gonna do a little bit here, Percy, with the bases. Only got these last 6 to do. And we're gonna work on some flags, that sort of thing. Man, we're already at what? The middle of February? Closing in on spring's coming. Another month, right? 21st. Not gonna be long. Weather will be turning nice for you guys pretty rapidly. No. We are a niche community, so it's understandable. There we go. What are you doing today, Percy? Anything exciting? How about you, Jeff? Any plans for the day? What is happening? What is happening? What's going on? We'll see who joins us today. This over. I can't function. Let us see who joins us today. Let us see. Let us see. It's going to be a good year for me. I can feel it in my bones. I've said that before. But I can feel it. Everything's slowly but surely been shifting for me. Past, I don't know, 3 years in particular. A lot of things happening on all fronts. And it's good. Let me get this back port and we'll look at the chattage. I don't like asking you guys questions and then not answering. Not looking at the answer. So, bear with me. Don't make me break out Jeeves. Okay. How you doing, Clyde? Central Florida has Recon and Huracan. Huracan. That's actually a good name. Crazy. The weather now is best time of the year, says Percy. With low humidity, now is the time to be in Florida. Yeah, I was just going to ask you that. I could see how that would be the thing. Florida, summertime must be brutal. Yep, visit Disney in February, not August. That makes a lot of sense. Disney World, baby, Disney World. I've been to Disneyland. Cheers to your good year. Thanks, Clyde. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. This area, March is peak manatee season. Oh, jeez, manatees. Here we go with the sea life. Sharks and manatees. Okay. So do you guys like it in Florida? Wouldn't trade it in for any other place? It's the place to be. I know a lot of folks who are down in Florida. Some of them are extremely happy, and some of them are extremely get me out of here. Mainly because of the cost of life, cost of living. I guess. I would think it's like any other place. You know, you're going to love it, you're going to hate it. There's going to be some things about it. There's going to be some bad things too. Every place is like that, right? Got any indigenous, there's that word again, I don't like saying it. Let's say Seminole reservations down there? I imagine there is. People didn't just disappear. Got some reservations close by down there where you're at? I have no idea where they are. I'm curious what their life is like, though. And reservations down there. There's one. These big bases take a while. Check that out, Jeff. There's a little black base there. I didn't really camouflage too well, did I? Have to make sure I spackle that up. Or not spackle it, but cover it with flock. After about May 15th, forget about it. After July 4th, most cannot hack until October. Really? Wow, that is pretty bad. It's just the heat combined with the humidity. Love it. Only other place I might consider would be Tennessee. Just gotten expensive here, though. Tennessee. Yeah, like I said, I've got a friend in Tennessee. It's a beautiful place there. Nashville. Everywhere is pricey these days, though, says Clyde. Yeah, that's true. That's true everywhere. Dozen eggs, $11 at Walmart in Pennsylvania. At giant food markets, it's 7 something for a dozen eggs. At Aldi, it's what is it? 5 something for a dozen eggs. Just normal grocery store eggs. That's insane. They should be like $2.50. Not freaking $11. $7. Are you kidding me? Yeah, eggs are pricey, that's for sure. I buy groceries like every week. And it's just shocking how much I spend, which isn't much to begin with, but how much I get for that is so vastly less. I sit here and I wonder, did I actually buy anything? What's going on here? Anyway, let's not talk about that. Better times are ahead of us, for sure. We'll leave it at that. Sweet Limber. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks. Muskogee tribe runs casinos in South Florida. Do they really? The Muskogee tribe. Are they Seminole? What are they? Are they Muskogee? I've heard of them, but I can't place that. Wow, so you got some reservations down there. I know you do, but I was just asking anyway. I don't know anything about the reservations down there. 28 homes. Sue their insurance company. What a life. A very limber-looking limber. Thanks, Clyde. Limber me timbers. There you go. There you go. There's Percy. I'm West Knoxville. Oh, you're in Tennessee. Knoxville, Tennessee. I think where my friend lives, where she's at. She does a lot of traveling. She does a lot of political things. She's a nurse. Traveling nurse. I don't know what she's doing the past year or so. Actually, I lost track of her because I made a new account on Facebook. I'm going to have to look her up. She's got like 6 freaking accounts. Which one I'm supposed to be following? I'll have to write that down. Chihuahua, before these people think I died. Because they won't hear from me otherwise. Gotta remember that. Where's my notepad? Clyde, where's my notepad? Take a note for me, Clyde. Need to get in touch with somebody. Where the... Oh, it's back there in the Pathfinder box. Yeah, I need to do that. I'm West Knoxville. Lots of new houses. Neighbors sold their house for $200,000, more than what they bought it for 5 years ago. Can't have cheap eggs when they're killing layer flocks. Not in breast pocket. No. I don't have a pocket. Yeah, I do actually. Excuse me. It's all good. I know where it is. It's behind me. I don't feel like grabbing it, so the heck with it. I made a note somewhere else. I'll just forget where I put it. Oh. But yeah, Tennessee is a nice place. not as humid. It's all right, Clyde. It's all right, Clyde. I forgive you. Clyde has to remember to bring a notepad whenever he comes to the chats. He has become the new scribe of the community. Take a note, Clyde. I have a meeting tomorrow at 6. How you doing, Squirrel? The Squirrel Hermitage. Oops, almost broke my thumb. We're supposed to be Fritz's AI. Maybe you are. Maybe one of us is. I'm not real, folks. I'm a program with visual aid. This is all AI. I'm made up. Arr, shiver me timbers. And Manatee and Muskogee Nation. I once read that, how you doing, Big Small? Big Small Paul has arrived from the other world. I once read in late 17th century pirate ships sometimes carried mosquito strikers to spear manatee and fish. Mosquito strikers? Interesting concept. Meeting tomorrow at 5:30. Roger. Just another day here, Squirrel, at the paint along. Starting off with a bang. Oh. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Spreading the cheer. That's what we're doing. Spreading the cheer like nobody's business. What's going on, Squirrel? How you been? How was your dinner last night? How did that go? You and Zeddy? Saw that link you posted about Harn. Squirrel loves Harn. Oh, he loves it. That's his jam. Stand back. There we go. Okay, there it is. There's number 2. Looking good. Boy, is it hot in here. Let's turn this off. Sea cows. Bald eagles. Manatee steaks. Huh. Darting over Xanarock, she come down with... Oh, no. She come down with the flu. Homemade chicken noodle soup and grilled cheese for the day. That's too bad. Well, there's your chance to treat her. Supper was great. Meatloafage and mashed potatage. Classic. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that sounds good. Meatloaf. You can never go wrong with meatloaf. Big small. I am happy. So I have just realized that by utilizing a few spare horses, I have/can get 3 extra mounted men at arms from the new Wargames Atlantic set. That's 15 instead of 12. Oh, there you go. That's called using your noggin. Very good, Big Small. Gotta love Wargames Atlantic. Would love to try manatee steak, says Big Small. Nice, says Squirrel, following along with everybody's exciting news. Sure, I'll video your first taste of manatee for you, says Percy. Yeah, he loves the manatee steak, doesn't he? Floridians, I'm telling you. The shelving purge will begin on the morrow. Thursday. That was going to be Wednesday. Thursdays? Okay, you got this, Squirrel. That's going to be awesome. Oh boy, oh boy. We'll expect to see some videage of the progress. That'll be good. That'll be good. Give yourself some space and comfort down there. Make it feel like you're alive. Manatees are protected. Are they protected? We're sitting here talking about steaks. Thou shalt be dabbing the pigments. Shelves, that's all his game books. It's his hobby set up down there. Clyde? He's getting rid of some old things he's not going to be bothering with and sorting through them, getting himself some extra space. Perhaps room for new things. How tall are you, Clyde? Jeff, how tall are you? Percy, I've been wondering about you. Are you a tall guy? What are we talking here? What's the tallness factor here amongst the clientele? Squirrel, you're 5'10", aren't you? You 5'10"? I'm thinking you're 5'10". You said it the other day. What are you, Squirrel? For that matter, what's Zaddy? She's sick. She can't answer today, so maybe Squirrel will let us know. Is she a tall one, is she? We're going to find out, I hope. What's the tallish factor amongst the gathering? Gopher tortoise soup. All right, that's enough. What are we talking about here? 5'10". All right, so Squirrel's a big guy. I'm only 5'8". 5'9" on a good day. 5'10" for Squirrel. 6 foot for Clyde. You guys are tall, man. It's got to be someone my height or smaller. Come on. Come on. Don't make me be the small guy. That's the only reason I'm asking. Same as Squirrel. 5'10". God damn. You're all tall. 5'5"-ish for Zetarock. Yeah, even she's tall for a lady. I think the average is 5'4". 6'3", 245, down from 253. Congrats on that. 6'3", jeez. All right. Okay, I guess I'm the shorty short. Except for Zetarock. But even she's tall. I dated one girl. She was only 4'10". I think she was an Indonesian lady. 4'10". Cute as can be. Oh my gosh. 4'10". Smallest lady I knew. I'm 5 foot and 7'6". Even tenths of inches count when you're my scale. Big, small. Wait a minute. You're 5 foot and 7.6 inches? All right, 5'7". You're actually smaller than me. What? Big and small. I got you by 4 inches? No. I got you by, a fourth of an inch. Or, yeah, I don't know. We're about the same. No, I ain't no jockey. What, are you kidding me? I ain't that small. 5'8" was normal back in my day. You guys must be all young kids. I'm talking to a bunch of young kids. .6 inches. I got it. Big, small. Yeah, he's the metric guy. Huh. So it's me and you, Paul. Me and you. And these other guys, they're like basketball players. Ripes. What's going on around here? All right. I wouldn't say 5'8" is small. But around here it is. Careful, Clyde. Watch those kids. Did you how tall did you say you were, Clyde? Did you say? I think you did. Let me go look. Six foot. Yeah. All right. Yep. All right. Okay. All right. Partly, we measured beer in pints. I remember standing in line for Star Wars, New Hope, with my dad. I remember standing in line for Star Wars, period. It was crazy. The lines went all the way around the mall parking lot. No joke. $1977. Crazy. Crazy. I was never a Star Wars fan, though. The movie was freaking crazy. I loved it, but this before I was into gaming or anything. I never got into it like a lot of people did. It's just a movie to me, but never seen anything like it. But yeah, More of a Star Trek type of guy, I guess. It's more my jam. That's not saying much. Sci-fi was never my forte, sadly. Let me finish this. I'm almost done with this one. How about you, squirrel? Not sure what I asked. I guess we'll hold that thought. I don't know what I even asked. Don't mind me. I'm having one of those forgetful moments again. There we go. I think I got this, Finny. Do 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 do. All right, there's another one. Three more. Yeah. All right. As we all see him and do shrink. Yes. My brother and I got dropped off, age 10 at 8 at the cinema while our dad went off to the pub for a few pints. Never a Star Wars fan. Star Wars blew me away at age 10. Star Wars blew me at age 10. Cantina scene. Do 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 do. Lightsabers on the big screen for the first time. Yeah. And just Star Wars, not much the newer stuff, although Rogue One was good. Darth Vader entrance scene. OMG. Yeah, it was definitely different. I just had to see it. And I did. Loved it. The one scene that stuck out for me, that had a huge impact on me, was when they were in, I think they were in the Millennium Falcon. Shooting along through the stars, that whole thing. And there's a scene where Luke is sitting at a small little table with, I don't know, is it Obi-Wan? I think. Or was it Chewbacca? I don't know who it was he was sitting with, playing a game. Do you remember this game? It had little people on it that were moving. Like animated soldiers. That kind of thing. And they were playing chess or something. And these little guys would fight each other. And it was the coolest thing ever for me. I became obsessed with that. For days afterwards, I was thinking, how could I do something like that? I need something like that. How could I invent something like that? I want a game table with these little animated soldiers and fighting it out. Which is crazy. But I never forgot that. There's a lot of scenes I remember, but that one stuck with me, and that has meaning to me because hey, it's like wargaming, right? Does anyone else remember that little scene? They tore the heads off. How great was that? Wookiee chess. Was he playing the Wookiee? Was he playing Chewbacca? I don't remember, but it was oh man, if only I could do that. That was so cool. I want that game. The trash compactor, remember that. Hollow chess. C-3PO Chewbacca hollow chess. Was I right about the scene? Is that what it was? Was it Luke playing somebody? It's a long time ago. I don't remember the details like that, but I remember the little animated guys fighting each other. It was so cool. And this is before I was a real war gamer, really. Before I knew what being a war gamer was. Just played soldiers with little Airfix toy soldiers. That's all I did. So I could see why it would have meaning to me. And that was the only Star Wars I've ever seen. I watched a little bit of Empire Strikes Back when it was on TV. And I haven't watched anything else. That's it. That's the extent of my Star Wars knowledge. I watched a little bit of recent stuff like Ahsoka. The animated stuff and some of the series stuff. I was getting into that. Because she's freaking cool. I was getting into that. Considering if I was going to get into it deeper with gaming. Like Fantasy Flight has some pretty cool miniatures board games for that. One anyway. So this deep setting like it is, I might get into it. Maybe I'll consider it. Let the Wookiee win. Yeah, I think I remember that. Oh, there's a link there. Let's see, can I click that on here? I don't think I can. I have to actually click that over on YouTube. I'm going to click it. Hold on. Someone was giving the health and safety advice. Heads. Let me go over there and click that link. Is this a newer? Hollow chess. Okay. What is that from? What one is that from? Here's the one from Star Wars. Let the Wookiee win. I'm gonna look at that one. Because that's the one I saw. Oh damn, it's so freaking cool. No wonder I got into that. So it wasn't Luke that was involved with that. All right, I see. That was so freaking cool. It's impressive to me even now. Wow, I like it. I need to have something like that. I'm telling you. One of these days, my little armies will be moving around, making noises, grunting and groaning, in pain, screaming battle cries. Oh well. Let's click this. That right there is the link that I just watched as well. You got another one, Jeff? Let me watch that one too. Yeah, that's the same one. That's the same link. I never forgot that. Yeah, me and Jeff just posted the one from Star Wars. Yeah, isn't that so cool? One day. You think about it, something like that really wouldn't be difficult to do in today's society. It's definitely something that could be done. Did my things freeze up again? I bet it did. Yeah, it did. That. He had invisible toy soldiers marching around a sandbox type table fighting battles. Invisible. Invisible? Oh. Boy, I miss those days. Never could have imagined living back then, Star Wars and all that. Never would have ever imagined the way life is today with computers and internet. How far this hobby's come, and just sitting here chatting with people about the hobby. Never would have imagined that. I remember they used to talk about phones that have pictures on them, and you'd be able to talk to one another with pictures. You could see the people you're talking to. I remember that was a big thing. That'll be in the future. Sure enough, here it is. They used to talk about how they'd be on wristwatches and stuff. Jetsons type stuff. Now here we are. Comes in before you even know it. VHS, CD-ROMs, pagers. Remember all that stuff? Betamax. All the stuff that came and went as fast as it came in, it was gone. Now things have kind of slowed down a little bit. Now it's all smartphones. They've been around for a long time now, with little improvements over the technology, a little bit here, a little bit there, just very little. I think it would move around a little bit faster. AI is the big thing now. It's getting more and more integrated into our phones and our technology. And it's so useful. I could see why. Hold on here. All right. Anyone ever game on a sand table? I did. My first miniatures games were on sand tables. I had a sand table in my bedroom. I think it was like 4 foot by 3 foot, maybe a little bigger. It was for a train setup, so it was probably a little bigger. And I put lips on it all the way around, and I just put sand on it. Weighed a ton. I remember the 1970s Edward Woodward assassin character. Yeah, he was a wargamer too. Is that the guy? The Equalizer. When was that? Back in the 80s? We talking about the right thing here, Percy? Wasn't there a series back in the early 90s? The Equalizer? The original. That's what you mean by the original. That guy. That guy was a wargamer. Yeah, squirrel. Mid-80s. Peak Miami Vice era. Yeah, I remember the Equalizer. The ninja. With old Hawk Nose. Good times. How you doing, Neil? You can find that table he played on YouTube. Which guy? I'm always surprised that Henry Cavill plays Warhammer. Helen was a series he did before he was Equalizer. Or maybe I'm confusing the two different Woodward characters. How you doing, Neil, by the way? How is everything? Any new painting projects? I haven't seen any recent pics. What a life. We're sitting here reminiscing about the 70s and the 80s. Star Wars, wargaming, just in general, reminiscing. You know what's fun? Going back on YouTube, and you can find videos of people that used to use VHS cameras and stuff, videoing, you know, people in the 1980s at malls and stuff, just hanging out, you know, the mall rats, and shopping and doing things, and just looking at how the people dressed and acted. Like back when I was a kid. Even in the 70s, they were making videos and stuff. It's really interesting to go back and watch that stuff. Man. A lot of 80s stuff. If you grew up in the 80s, you'd see that and be quite impressed. I'm sure you guys know what I mean. I can't be one of the few only people to look stuff like that up. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Like, I remember that. Like, there's videos of the mall, what I call the mall, the Viewmont Mall, which is the closest mall to me. There's two malls. And there's one mall, it's like maybe 10 miles or less from me, that I grew up in. That's where we used to go all the time. And there's people that took videos of people shopping and hanging out back when I was walking around the mall as a kid. That's pretty crazy. Maybe I'm on one of those videos. It's really, really whack. Higgins. I'll make some tea for the family. Back afterwards. All right, Big Small. We'll be here. I just started. It's only 1 hour and a half in. Higgins play with historical Magnum PI. I don't know if he actually did in real life. Didn't they have it in an episode? I think they did. How you doing, Iron Man? We sat at the table next to Vince Vaughn while dining at a restaurant at Gary Con. That's cool. There's a few famous gamers we don't realize. Yeah, Gary Con's attracted quite a few, if I remember correctly. Battleground hosted by Edward Woodward. Yep, I remember looking at those. I think I missed the flimsy hater tops the most. Flimsy halter tops the most. Or the hair. Oh my gosh. The hairstyles back in the 80s. Man. Luckily no cameras around when I was young. No evidence. Oh, Neil, you're not that young. I'm older than you. think I am. I'm pretty sure I am. Farrah Fawcett crush, total fox. Oh, the Charlie's Angels, man. Posters and collectible cards. Oh, man. Farrah Fawcett was hot, but I was never stricken by her. I just never was into blondes. And she's kind of dirty blonde, but I think it was Kate Jackson that got my attention. Brunettes, baby. But yeah, I remember that. I remember those days. Is it Kate Jackson? Who was the other one? I'm trying to think of them. Kate Jackson was one of them. Which was the one that had the kind of bobbed hair? Do you remember the one that had the bobbed hair? Is that Kate Jackson? Because that's the one I crushed on. Then there was the other brunette with the long hair. I think Kate Jackson was the bobbed hair. What's that? Olivia Munn. What are you saying, Squirrel? What does that mean? Olivia Newton-John's Zesty. For some reason I thought of Olivia Munn. I sat at the table next to Stephen King at Denny's. Did you really? He's one of my writing heroes. Wow. Guy's an absolute ass, but he's one of my faves. Jacqueline Smith. She had the long hair. There you go, Iron Man. That's right. That's right. I remember it now. So Kate Jackson was the one with the bobbed hair. That's the one. Even back then, I had a crush. I got a thing for brunettes with bobbed hair. I don't know. It's just something that's been with me all my freaking life. Like I lived a past life. That kind of thing. There's no rational reason, really. Well, maybe there is. I don't know. Maybe that's where it came from. Charlie's Angels. The Love Boat. It's exciting and new. Wow. Wow, dude. Alright, I got one more to do here. Fritz, you'll love Paris. They all look like that. Yeah, I know that. I know. I've got a thing for willing women. King was in a band with Mitch Albom, who lived 2 miles from that Denny's. I didn't know that. Cheryl Teague, boy, I forgot about her. I lusted after the General Lee. Did you, Neil? Oh, come on. Hee-haw! Damn, Duke boys. Christy Brinkley. Uptown Girl. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I do enjoy the beauty of raven-haired women. More so than other hair colors. All right, Squirrel, we're on the same page. First time I went to New York City was a shock because nobody on the freaking street had blonde hair, says Iron Man. The only blonde hair I saw was in a strip club. Hey, I was young. I'm a bit older. I crushed on Barbara Eden. Barbara Eden, man. Knockout. Knockout. I'm telling you, man, there was some really beautiful women in days gone by. Even back in the 20s. Colored film, baby. The age of the flapper and all that stuff. The first actors and actresses of Hollywood. There's a lot of good looking. Crazy. Redheads with green or blue eyes are my weakness, says Percy Block. Literal kryptonite, says Percy. Bunch of men talking about what's attractive. Man bring fire. Woman cook, we eat. It's all biology. It's all biology. It's only natural. Barbara Eden is an automatic along with Raquel Welch. Yeah, Raquel Welch. When I look back on those old movies that she was in. That one where she was a cave woman. What was the name of that one? She's really good looking. I remember back then. She was one of the hot ones. But that's so long ago. Barbara Eden. She's the one from what was that? She was lived in a lamp and did magic, right? What was the name of that? Barbara Eden. I can't think of the name of it. You know what I mean. I also had a fascination with Suzanne Plachette. Yep. I hear that, Iron Man. Raquel Welch. White scuba suit. I Dream of Jeannie. That's what it was. Yeah. Wow. That's right, Barbara Eden. Man, we're all going to have to go on YouTube and look up some old movies after the stream. Oh, I was gum flapping. Damn it! I didn't say anything. Sophia Loren. I did mention that. My old man loved Sophia Loren. Bazinga, to say the least. Bad Brain Day for Clyde. Diana Rigg from Avengers. I didn't know that one. I'd have to look that one up. Suzanne Plachette from Wild Wild West. Was she really in that? Gonna have to look that up. Google. Iron Man. Okay, this has got to stop. My brain is on overload. Overload. Stella Stevens. Oh my God. Are you kidding me, Iron Man? Ah. We're melting over here. Raquel Welch is Fantastic Voyage. Yeah, I remember that one. What a great movie that was. Yeah, muted as usual. I caught it. I caught it. I caught it. You can hear me now, right? Everything seems to be okay. I got excited there. I got to stop muting. I mute when I go pulling on this vape because it's loud. Ginger or Marianne? Marianne, for sure. Marianne. I knew somebody would mention Mrs. Howell. I knew Iron Man would do it. It's terrible. They were just kids. Mrs. Howell, of course. Yes, Mrs. Howell. What am I looking for here? Oh. Do you remember? Am I the only freaking person back in the days of Gilligan's Island and Planet of the Apes, that whole era back then? There was an episode using the full cast of Gilligan's Island. This was a special episode. It was a special episode. And it was the full cast of Gilligan's Island, only instead of being modern day, for them, modern day castaways on an island, they played in the Old West on a wagon train that got lost in the Old West. Does anybody remember that special episode? It was like a one-time thing. Does anyone remember that? I remembered it. Never forgot it except the title. But yeah, they did a little special episode. I'm going to say I'm the only one that remembers that. And yes, I'm a big Planet of the Apes fan. Nova. Remember Nova? Talk about hot women. What was that? The Beneath the... no, well, she was in a couple episodes, actually. With Charlton Heston. Charlton Heston's girlfriend. Nova. Nova was awesome. She had to be hosed down a few times. Come on. I don't remember. But one time they were all in Frankenstein's castle. Yeah, I think they did a bunch of different things, special things like that. I think I remember the Frankenstein Halloween one too. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Ah, the good old days. Someone makes a Raquel Welch mini. I need to get that. I think it might be a Knuckle Duster or Crooked Dice. I gotta look them up, Knuckle Duster. They got some good rule sets I want to check out. Clyde, make a note. I gotta check out Knuckle Duster online. I remember reading about that the other day, like a week ago, and I still haven't looked it up. You'll have to remind me. Terrible memory, folks. Terrible memory. Yeah, Percy. Check out Knuckle Duster. Check out Duster Knuckles. That works. That's close enough. All know what it means. The Duster of Knuckles. I think we're all going to be looking up old videos tonight. Do a little reminiscing. Good times, good times. Binge watching Charlie's Angels all night. I've done it. I've done it. Damn it. Run out of wash here. Just need a little bit. Little bit. Okay. There we go. Just like that. Almost. Gotta get behind the wheel. What's going on here? Alright, that's good. There it is. It's the last one. That's all the generals, all the wagons and limbers, all the cavalry, all the Jaeger, the engineers. They're all ready for flocking. So they're done. They're just ready for flocking. I still have 15 bases of line infantry that are half-based, no spackling, because I'm going to put the flags on first before I do any basing on them. Which is what I'm going to do next. I'm going to work on the flags. Yes, progress. Oh, it feels so good. Even though I'm a couple months behind. Watching too much Gilligan's Island. Dyslexic? What are we talking about here now? How much I need that? I think Knuckle Duster. Duster Knuckles. Dyslexic AI. That's interesting. Oh, can't forget Barbie Benton, seriously. Barbie Benton, Barbie Benton, Barbie Benton. Gotta look it up. Gotta look it up. Iron Man, gotta look it up. Barbie Benton. How far are we going back here? Oh, yeah. Wow. Born in 1950. She's 75 years old. Still alive. 5'3". Okay, she's 5'3". Married to George Gradow. Gradow, 1979. Let's check out some pictures. Boy, she was good looking. Looks like the 1970s or 80s there. What is that? She's got the long hair going on. Wow. All right. Got the bangs going on there. With Hugh Hefner, ex-Barbie. Benton. What is she known for? Is she a Playboy bunny or is she an actress? I don't even know. What am I looking at here? Mary Benton is a former American model, actress, singer, and television personality. She was a regular on the comedy series Hee Haw. Ah. I don't remember her. And appeared in Playboy magazine. Benton had been singing career in the 70s, starting with country western. Wow. Okay, there we go. There we go. Ivana Humpalot. All right, now we're really getting crazy. What role does the wagon play in the game, Fritz? Getting back on topic here. The wagons are two things. Limbers represent limbered artillery and can thus move faster, but are a little bit more vulnerable as they do so. That's obviously what the limbers are for. The wagons, the supply wagons, ammo wagons, whatever you're using, represent the reformation area of essentially a division-sized force. That's their reformation area. Whenever frontline units of infantry, etc., are retreat from the battlefield, they're picked up and they're placed in the reformation area instead. So rules mechanically, what you can do with your troops that are in a reformation area is the division's commander can spend some of his actions, his commands, rallying troops that are in the reformation area. And when he does so, those units that have rallied are taken away from the reformation area and placed in, or they're placed adjacent to where the commander model is, which is the center of the division's structure or footprint on the battlefield. From there, they can literally use their movement rate, where you break out the tape measures and stuff. From there, they can literally move anywhere you want, typically back towards the front line of the division. So the wagon marks the location where troops reform or are eligible to be rallied. Very cool. Very cool. So they do play a role on the battlefield in that particular set of rules. Bo Derek, 10. Yes, yes. Visions of that beach scene coming to my mind. Barbie Benton was on Hee Haw. Hugh Hefner's girlfriend for a while. Okay. Honey Rider. Oh yeah? Huh. You should check out the rules, Jeff, for the game. He really did an outstanding job with them. I mean, it's such a different kind of game. I mean, far more realistic a game than I've seen in a long time. Something whose roots is based in Empire. But one of the cool things about it, you represent your players are corps commanders and army generals, although a player could be a division commander too. But typically they're corps commanders, so you're commanding divisions. And what's cool about it is that it represents the footprint of a division, I think, realistically. You know, it's got its center point, its rear area, and its front. And you distinguish these. The center point's easy. You take your little general model, that's these guys. this little guy. And where he is, he's a marker, okay? He represents the center point of a division on the battlefield. That's its center. Now, in front of him, a certain distance can be the units, the fighting units of the division. Maybe there's some cavalry squadrons. There's definitely going to be some infantry battalions, right? And they'd be way ahead of the formation. You know, they move, you know, you use your tape measures, but it's a defined front, okay? The division has a front, but they can move any way they want. You typically don't intermix with other divisions. You keep everything kind of centralized. But this is what it would look like. He represents the center point of the division. Now, behind him are these guys. The reformation area, okay? And you represent that with these little wagons. And he'd be an equal distance away. All right? And these guys could be any distance away because they're moving, but he represents essentially the central position of the division. So when units in the front line engage and get broken and routed, they're picked up and put back here adjacent to the reformation model. You see? Now, as this formation moves around on the battlefield, it always maintains this structure where this is the center point and this is the reformation area. And it's simply a matter of just moving them to where they need to be as your frontline units are moving about. Something like that. But it's actually genius, if you ask me. Really good game. It's worth looking at if you're a rules designer. It's got some very innovative ideas in it. I really enjoyed it, and I didn't play it enough, sadly. So as units, say for instance, turn and this becomes the front line, this guy would also adjust, and the reformation area and stuff such would move as well. And this is always a certain distance behind the general. Okay, so they're at fixed locations on the battlefield. They don't actually move with tape measures. But these guys do move with tape measures. And as they're rallied, so many of these battalions or whatever are moved up and they're put adjacent to the officer of the division. Any units that are now adjacent to him means they're eligible to be moved forward any way you want. Typically up here, or to protect the flank of the formation, whatever. But these don't actually move. They're just essentially markers to the division's structure, its footprint. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Anyway, that's a little illustration of how that works. I was pretty impressed by it. It's a grand tactical game, but it does represent battalions and cavalry squadrons and batteries of cannon. So, yeah, there's a lot of abstraction at the tactical level, but it does represent tactics. It's built into the system. I like the fact that battalions are on the battlefield, not these squares that represent brigades, but actual battalions. I like that. Anyway. The game is called Sans Resultat. That's not how you pronounce it. I don't speak French, but it means without a decision or something. By the War Games Company. David Astenis, who's been in the chats with us in the past. Really good guy. You can look him up online. It's called the War Games Company. He's got a fantastic set of rules and plenty of support. He does his own miniatures out of cast resin, which I'm painting right now. And yeah, there you go. Jeff's got it. I've got the rule book behind me somewhere. It's good stuff. Very fun. I actually did some videos on the game. I did a couple reviews. I reviewed one of his campaign books. I think I reviewed the rule book. And no bat reps, I don't think. I played it like 3 times. Small engagements. And it was really enjoyable. Get some more light blue. Sacre bleu. Sacre. Sacre. God, I miss talking about miniatures games. It's been so long. I love my board games. I love my role-playing games. But I think my passion goes with miniatures wargaming. Probably because of the painting, because I love painting, and I love looking at the battlefield and getting pulled into the narrative that just seems to organically come from your battles. It's much more visual and tactile than even a board game. I do love it. And I miss talking about it and making videos and painting my own stuff. But we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there, Clyde. I'm on a big comeback for 5 years now. And I'm closing in on the final few pages of this chapter. I'm very excited. Jeff knows. He's been around the block. He knows my past. Some of you guys know. Neil, he knows if he's still out there. Neil's a really good friend of mine. He remembers we had some great times, me, him, and Ian, on online playing games. What we referred to as live plays. Good memories, man. Won't ever forget it. Yes, Clyde, there you go. Get those notes in order. That's a little too much blue, but we're going to take it out anyway. So let me scoop up some of it. Yep, it's a good time. It'd be good to make videos again. What's your main hobby, Clyde? Been meaning to ask you. Because you're coming from over in the Musty Wargamers community. That's miniature stuff. So I'm assuming you're a miniatures gamer. I know you've talked a little bit about role-playing in the past. Any board gaming? Wait a minute. Clyde paints those miniatures for the superhero game. The Marvel thing, yeah. Now it's all coming back to me. Okay. So you're a miniatures gamer. All right. Again, you'll have to forgive me. I have a terrible memory. You enter a tavern. There are 3 people in the crowd with large yellow exclamation points floating above their heads. Perhaps they are of interest. What are you talking about, Iron Man? I'm back from my noodles, says Paul. Have you guys stopped talking 70s and 80s pinups? We're just getting started. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Just getting warmed up. We're taking a break at the moment. Talked a little bit about nerdy things like war game rules. Mini painting gets done more, but playing way more board games and RPGs get done. Did I say that right? Okay. Jefesovich. I made them talk about Wargame again. He did. He did. Jeff is a true nerd. He keeps us in order when we get a little wild and crazy. I only have a silver question mark over my head, says Clyde. Nerd is good. I know, Brain. Brain, what you speak of? I haven't been summoned today. I probably should go look and see if I'm being summoned. I am. Alright, well, I'm being summoned. Means I'm going to be momentarily distracted a little bit. It's okay. It's okay. Let me keep the chat open so I can see it. Yeah, that's what I should do. Put it like this, that way I can see the chat. Come on. Iron Man, I look around the tavern for someone with a green question mark above his head. What do I see? I paint a lot of minis, says Clyde, but rarely play any games. That's true for all miniatures gamers. Really, that's the bulk of them right there. On average, I play a lot more RPGs with friends and board games with wife. Not bad. Sounds pretty normal. It's good that you have board games and RPGs too. Otherwise, you wouldn't be doing much. Just painting. 90% of your hobby would be just painting. And for some, that's great. They love the painting. I do. But for others, it's not very enjoyable. Playing tabletop since 1980. Never played computer games, though. Too busy with the toy soldiers. They ain't going to paint themselves. There you go. That's an old saying. An old confused druid wondering how in nature's grace did he end up in such a tavern. Alright, I gotta finish this. Hold on, you guys. Anyone here the University of Bern? think solar energy. Solar energy. I think solar energy is probably the safest form of energy we can ever use. But the problem is reliability. That's the big problem. Solar energy has a problem with storage. I'd like to do more with solar energy. I know folks that have, they got those, what are they? They have like a, I can't even think of the names of it. You know what I mean, where they store all the batteries are in there and they're plugged in and they collect energy throughout the day as the sun hits them. And then you use them, the batteries, to basically run your stuff. I want to get something like that. I'm curious on how I could make that work. But again, how reliable are these things? I think that's the problem with solar energy. $163 billion gigawatts. Was generated in 2023 in the United States, if I remember correctly. I think it was 163 billion gigawatts. That's what was generated last year, or 2023 rather. I read that somewhere. 1,200 watts of solar panels. Do you really, Armand? That's right, that's right. Solar generator. You ain't running no air conditioner on that, on home solar. That's for sure. Yeah. You say, I don't even use air conditioning. I seldom even use fans. For me, it's the heater. The heat in the winter. That's what I'm concerned most with. My electric bill for 2 houses here where I'm living right now, I've got 2 separate bills. During the winter, it'll cost me like $120 just for one house where I live right now in a month in the wintertime. Couple light bulbs on, a clock, a computer, streaming, and a heater. That freaking heater practically doubles what I pay in the wintertime for electric. It's crazy. The other house, where there's nothing coming through it except the water pump, I think at a baseline, it's like $50. Even that seems a lot, very high. I think it's like $50 a month. That's what I'm paying every month. Or I will be paying every month. My sister was paying for it until she passed away in October. And my other sister's paying right now with the money that's left for her. But I will be absorbing that bill soon. But this year, I'm going to a wood coal burner for my heat. Got to build a chimney. I got to move my stove in here. I might even build a fireplace. And That's going to totally drop the bills. The sun is the stuff of myth and legend. In the gray world I live in. Wow, okay. Kerosene heater is your friend in winter. I have a kerosene heater. It's brand new. It's even half full, I think. I've never used it. I keep forgetting about it for one. They're dangerous. But I should use it, and I think I'm going to put it out. I don't know where I'm going to put it. I'll probably use it next door. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, how am I going to heat it over there? Maybe that's what I'll do. I'm glad you reminded me. Clyde, make a note. Make a note. I need to put the kerosene heater in the game studio. Jot that down. So I guarantee I'm going to forget that. Guarantee. Until about the start of summer. My sister burns coal in PA. Yeah, coal is pretty popular. I'm surrounded by forest. There's a lot of deadfall. I've got enough wood that's just deadfall and being seasoned right now. I'd be good for all winter next year, or this year, and probably the year after, and the year after that. I'd have to keep felling trees that I don't want. There's always new growth. So I think I've got it pretty good here. I could really do the wood thing. I really could. Again, I'm gonna be doing that this spring. But yeah, kerosene. Glad you mentioned that. I keep forgetting all about that damn thing. I'm afraid it's gonna explode or tip over or kill me in my sleep. So yeah, risky business. Gotta watch those kerosenes. Cheaper than here. Your petrol prices, gas, look crazy low to us. Yeah? Over in the UK, huh? Wow. I didn't even know what the price of fuel is here. I don't drive. But I know it's unreasonably high. For what it should be. And that's low here. You guys got it really bad over there too. So actually that's no shocker to me. Okay. Let me see here. Kerosene is not as dangerous as folks have been led to believe over the years. Are you using kerosene, Squirrel? If you were, I'd be more likely to use it. I'm going to use it, but I'd be crazy not to. Especially for the studio, because I'm not going to sleep over there. It'd be perfect. Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. Who mentioned that? Percy. Yeah, thanks for that. One of these days when you drop by, Squirrel, you'll be able to see all the nonsense that I'm talking about all the time. You'll see my kerosene heater in the game room as we sit there and roll some dice and shoot videos. You'll know what it's all about. I just got to get to that point. Like I said, this year's a big year for me. I'm going to be busy. I've got to put on, just as soon as spring hits, I'm going to buy everything I need, and I'm going to fix the porch roof here so the water doesn't leak in the front door. I got to get some treated plywood for that and shingle it. And then I'm going to patch up the area of the roof that's got a big problem with the leaks going on. Shingles, goop, tar. Yeah, so I'm going to be busy doing that. And when that's done, I got to fix the floorboards right outside my doorway in this room I'm in. I had to remove some of the floorboards because they rotted. So I've got them temporarily covered with sheets of wood so I don't fall to the basement. But that's got to be fixed immediately as soon as the roof is done. That's the most important things I need to do on the house itself. There is that back section where I built a wall and put in a door, but I'm not going to rush to work on that. That's a whole different project. I got to put in a wall, remove a section of the roof of the back of the house. It's a whole new project. No rush on that. I've got a bathroom. I got plumbing to fix. My kitchen floor is covered in ice right now. It's destroying the floor. So when it thaws, it's going to be all soaking wet. I'm going to have to pry up the floorboards. I'm going to have to dry it out. Maybe have to replace wood. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. But I got to fix the pipes, the plumbing, replace everything with PEX. Get away from that copper. I think there's a gasket I need to replace in the sink because water's coming out. I don't think it's a hole anywhere. I think it's the gasket. I got to fix that. And hopefully run pipes into the bathroom and get that all working. I have three bathrooms, by the way. So I got a lot of work this year to do. Plus I got a landscape. I got a big, huge garden to till and clear. I've got I won't be planting this year. Maybe a little section of it, but it's a big garden I'm going to till up by hand. So I'm going to take my time tilling it. Just this year I'm tilling it. Next year I'll plant in the full thing. But I probably plant in part of it. I got to figure out how I'm going to deer-proof it. Arn had some great ideas. So I'm going to do that this year too. So it's going to be a busy spring and summer for me. Holy smokes. And then on top of that, I've got to set up my printing area and my game studio. I got to put in a new door in the game studio to keep the cat from coming in. Yeah, anyway. You guys will see all of this as it happens. I'll video it. Clyde will see it. I'll put it up for him to see in my community members section. You guys see everything first. Follow along with my madness. My sister burns coal. Looks crazy low to us. Kerosene not so dangerous. Dangerous. Kerosene is not as dangerous. Gas is $2.89 a gallon here today. That's in Michigan. Paul says, mind you, our country is so small by comparison that we don't drive anywhere near as far as you guys do. I have half a dozen cities within 30 miles of me. I was listening to your videos, a couple of your videos actually, big, small, and I noticed immediately you got that Yorkshire accent. I could hear it. Reminded me of Ian. Really wish I had more time so I could start digging into Hill and put game room in there. Digging into Hill. You know, do a hobbit hole? I'm not sure what you mean there, Clyde. What's going on, Clyde? Gas is $6.45 a gallon here. We've always been twice your price in the UK. But you have smaller cars. They have to. They can't afford to drive anything else. Madness needs to be shared. Yes, that's what it is. That's what it is, Clyde. I have a large hill in the backyard. So you're talking about doing a little hobbit hole. That would be amazing. Imagine that. Little backyard man cave, literally a man cave. A hobbit hole. We'll call it a hobbit hole. That sounds more appropriate. Don't want to be caving out. The backyard. That'd be great. Big round door on it. Yeah, just like Hobbiton. How great would that be? How great thou art. I thought I might ride my lawnmower to the grocery store. Times get really bad. Yeah, I could see it now. Flip-flops. Ah, yes, Iron Man. The good old days. Don't you have a mini bike? A mini bike? Get one of those go-pads. Little electric bikes. They're fun. People have them where I live around here. You see them a lot. They're actually pretty freaking cool. Little e-bikes. Some of them are fast. Not too pricey either. You had to check them out, Iron Man. E-bikes. Just wearing flip-flops and a button-down dress shirt. No pantaloons for me. No, that's Iron Man. Class. Total class right there. Zzz. He goes zipping by in his little electric bike. Or his lawnmower. That's a bit slow. You can go like hell on those e-bikes, Iron Man. I'm serious. Swap out that lawnmower for a golf cart. Yeah, those too. I have a guy up the road. He doesn't do the golf cart thing, but he has one of those off-road mini trucks. You know, you're not supposed to take them on the road. But he goes like hell up and down the roads all the time. It's a landscaper. A lot of landscapers where I live. But yeah. Golf carts would be a good deal too, actually. New flavor in my vape today. It's called Moo Juice. I think it's called Moo Juice. Basically blueberries and milk. Kind of a flavor. Pretty good. Pretty good. The aftertaste is very much like Captain Crunch. I just noticed that now, by the way. Yeah. Has some fancy electric golf cart-like vehicles for 10,000. You put those little farmer triangles on the back of your thing. You can drive on the road. You just gotta make sure you got that on your vehicle. Otherwise, they'll pull you over and yell at you. Hey. Where you live, you can get away with it. Just put that little farmer thing on there. The little orange triangle. That's all people do around here. It's quads all the time up and down the roads. We had like 3 quads here at one point. We were always on the road. Never used the triangle though. Could have got in trouble for that. Where's my flags? Oh, jeez. All right. I got to get some of this done. Not legal in Michigan. Municipalities make them legal. You could do it where you're at, Iron Man. Seriously. Come on. Living on the edge. At our age, it's time to stop giving a flip. Whoops. Damn it. If I can, I'm going to get a horse. I could talk to my cousin. We don't have horses here anymore, of course. My cousin was the last one to be breeding horses here, and yeah, she would know. She could get me a horse, deal on one or something. It's been a long time. I'd be riding all the time. Okay. I gotta do 4. Let me do one more here. I'll look at the chat. Just give me a moment. Gotta do 4 wedges on this one. Ah, geez, I got more than that to do. 8. I'll do 4, and then I'll do the chat thing. Little chat-a-brony. Don't want to ignore you guys. I could put Jeeves on. Problem with Jeeves is he talks too much. Actually, you guys are typing so much. I can't talk when he's talking. He's so loud. I'll have to put him on. Let me finish one more wedge. With a lighter shade of blue. This is so easy. Okay. Let's read and then I'll put Jeeves on. This village is past illegal drive carts. Where I live in a village in Squirrel. Ryan says the village near me also made it legal on side streets. In Ohio, the population is under 5,000, says Squirrel. It's considered a village on paper. Folks just call it a town. Over 5,000, it becomes a city proper. Okay, let's bring in Jeeves. Or Jeeves.
Jeff Wesovic says, speaking of squirrels, I'm out $550 today to have someone trap the ones that gnawed their way into my attic.
Bastards. Nosy neighbors. You got squirrels everywhere around here. Guess there's not enough cats. We got hawks flying around. They do a...
Squirrel Hermit says, I'll chitter and spread the WERD for the cousins to knock it off.
That's right, I forgot about that. Squirrel's got some pull. That chitter travels fast. All the way down yonder in Florida. Word's gonna get around. That's right. Oh, my leg.
Jeff Wesovic says, Florida, it's all about the critters.
Crits. Get a lot of lizards down there. It's very similar to California. I don't know if it's as bad as California. Lizards are like... they're like bugs over California. They're everywhere. You go into a Walmart, you know, they got the big wide open areas in Walmart, walk-in type things, full of lizards on the walls, the ceilings, they're everywhere. They're in the streets, hanging out on signs, hanging out in trees, they're everywhere. These little lizards. I think you guys in Florida have that too. I don't know if it's that bad, probably is. As common as mosquitoes. See, 1, 2. Okay, then we'll swap it up to another color. Gotta get some whites in here.
Jeff Wesovic says, yep, lizards everywhere, moles, armadillo chewing up my yard, wild rabbits,
Armadillo.
snakes, and the worst, palmetto bugs.
Armadillos. Wow. Man. Are we in the same country? Yes'n. 1, 2. Oh, that's an odd number. I gotta go back to purple here. Gotta get some purplage. Do a couple more flags in the purplage. I've got the purplage, I've got the dark blue, the light blue, a lot of greens. I'm going to hit white and black and red or orange for the last flags. Some of these wedges will be split between white and whatever color I just mentioned. Got to paint them in pairs, kind of, for each battalion, because they have 2 flags. Right, that's enough blue. Yeah, that's good. Oh. Palomito bugs. They like the mosquitoes. Mosquitoes. The nids. Wait, gotta do purple again. That's right. Purple. So on the screen you can see the YouTube video watchers right under my picture there. I don't know if you guys noticed that. I put that on there so I don't have to be bouncing between
Jeff Weswick
pages.
Says, oh no, 3 to 4 inch cockroaches that fly.
Oh, okay. I was thinking that is Tyranids then. Wow. Let me turn him down. Yikes. See, there's a downside to everywhere. There's good sides. There's also downsides. No matter where you go in the world, you're going to see some downsides. There. Palomitos. Watch those palomitos. And they're pals. What time is it? Let's do some more perp. Turn Jeeves off and I didn't turn it back on. Okay, there we go.
Armin says. That house was in Atlanta. I only saw a couple a year compared to seeing 20 of them scatter every time I turned on the kitchen light.
That's right, I was just thinking you're up in Michigan. If those little creatures were up north, I'd know about them, I think. Never heard of them. Unless they're like cockroaches or something. We have those. I never see them actually. We get all kinds of mosquitoes and horse flies. And that typical stuff. And bears. Bear invaders.
Jeff Wesovic says. Nice work. What part of Atlanta? Armin says. I tried using sticky pest traps at the doors once. The only thing I caught was the neighbor's dog. He was walking down the street with flat white shoes on. Armin says. Stone Mootin. Jeff Wesovic says. I grew up in Chambly. Big Small World says. The only pests here that causes any kind of problem are mice and rats, occasionally ants and wasps.
It's not bad. Last year was a bad year for mosquitoes. Oh my God, they were everywhere.
Armin says. In Michigan I had a big problem with red squirrels. They chewed into the house and garage. They were real bad.
Yeah, I got one of those red squirrels out front. He makes a mess of my freaking yard. Because they love pine trees. They go up to the top and they just drop pine cones on your house. They're like bombs. Every morning. Bang! You hear them land on the roof. Bang! Bang! That'll go on for a long time. He'll take a break and come back later in the afternoon. Bang!
Jeff Wesovic says. Yep. This is the second hole they've chewed. It's getting expensive.
Yeah, they love to chew. They fight with the gray squirrels. Okay. It's time to swap out another color. I'll do a few more and then we'll call it there. I'll do a few more of these and then I'll save the rest for tomorrow or my next stream. I'm either going to stream tomorrow or I'll stream the next day. Like I said, I'm trying to break it up a little bit so you guys don't get too bored with me. I drive you guys crazy. I know you do. Drive myself crazy. I have to keep the conversation going, talking all the time. Right? Normally I don't talk this much. Gotta keep things lively here. That's why I got some music playing. There's that, right? You guys can hear that tavern music, right? It's appropriate. It's like a real conversation. Got some nice ambient music in the background. All we need is a little burning ember fire going on, crackling in the background. That'd be nice, right? Clyde, make a note. We need to add a burning ember fire to our ambiance here. Make a note of that. It's easy enough to do. I mean, to do. Note-taking is kind of easy, too, but I'm saying, you know, actually putting the sound in here. Oh, God. We'll get there. We'll get there. I think this time I'll go with a little red or orange. No, this ain't scarlet. What is this? Base red? Medium red? I don't know. Let's see if I've been summoned at all. Nope, we're good. That's good. Oh, I still got coffee. I think I'll have some more Alfredo.
Hair, link his knees.
Hair down to his knees. Yeah. That's been sticking with me all day, as you can tell. Okay, that's enough. La 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 la. Dee da dee da dee da. It's getting hot in here again. What is it? It's
Live Dashing says, Juju eyeballs.
Yep. Let me silence Jeeves here for a moment. As I look at the temperature. Shall we look at the temperature? There's a little bit of news I won't relate, but it's good. It's positive. Let's move on. Weather. That's what I want to relate. 30 degrees right now and cloudy. Feels like 21 though. So yeah, it's kind of brisk. 9 miles per hour wind. That's probably why. Gonna get a little snow tonight. Right around 3:30. About an hour from now. We're supposed to get a little snow. Okay. Then we get a mix of rain and snow tomorrow. Ay, ay, ay. tonight, actually, at 2 a.m. through 8 in the morning. It's going to have rain, snow. Yeah, the temperature is going to be like borderline freezing. 32 degrees to 35. So yeah, 36. That's going to be rain. And then it's going to get up into the 40s tomorrow afternoon. But most importantly, what's it going to be like in the evening? Because it's going to be wet, and that'll turn to ice. 32 degrees by 8 p.m. tomorrow night. So that's freezing. Then it gets to 29. Yeah, it's going to get down to 23. Yeah, that could turn to ice. I'm going to have to make sure it doesn't ice up my whole drive again. Should dry out. Anyway, so that's the weather. The forge. Brisk, baby. Positive news. 21 is less than 83. Rain here, 40 degrees. That's nice, 40 degrees. I'll tell you what, the February's weather, I thought, from all indications, that it was going to be pretty brutally cold. Like it was in January. But it's not too bad, actually. It's more like normal winter weather. Not this below zero stuff that just doesn't go away, doesn't let up. Again, like in January. January was horrible. Hasn't been that brutal in a long time. We usually get pretty mild winters. Maybe a few days or a week at most of some cold weather, but it doesn't linger too long, and that's it. Not much snow. Not like we used to. Boy, that magnetic pole shift can't come soon enough, I'm telling you. I'm getting tired of this. I want to float around down where Florida guys are. Heat me up a little bit. You never know, wake up the next day and find palm trees in my front yard. What the hell's going on here? Anyway, moving on. Right, squirrel? Right? What was I doing? Come together. Do. Gotta stop. Do. I need to be demonetized. Get to the chopper. Yeah, but when the pole shifts, I know, I shouldn't have mentioned it. We lose our magnetic field for a bit, so nothing to block solar radiation, i.e. sad, yeah. I know. You know what I mean, though. You know what I mean. Alright, let's do some red. I gotta do some red wedges here. Gotta be careful with this because it's a brighter color. Gotta make this tidy. as much as I can. That's really good. What do we talk about now? I bought extra space on my Foundry server. Essentially doubling my bill on Forge, which ain't that high. It's only like I was paying $4 something a month, so now it's like $8 something a month with tax or whatever. It's like $9. I figure it was worth it because my games are starting to pile up and I use this thing a lot. And I get donations from my players and stuff. So it's not like I can't do it. So yeah. Finally got some extra space. It's worth it to me. You get a little extra space, you get some type of, I forget what it's called, player manager. There's a game manager and a player manager that helps you organize stuff. I could have all my games running at the same time and people could join whatever they want instead of having to go back, and I can only have one going at one time, which is good because I have a bunch of different campaigns and stuff. So that's nice. So I'm going through the process now of figuring all that out, updating, let my players know. There's some new links. All my games are private now. Yeah, so yeah, pretty good. Oh, it's getting dry in here from the heat. Yep. Getting congested here. St. Petersburg. I already did the St. Petersburg regiment, so I don't want another one. There is a similar regiment. They have a very similar flag. I can't think of what it is, but I know I should look it up because I like that regiment. I like that flag design. Black and red. Maybe I could do that with one of these. I'm gonna have 4 of these flags with the red on it. You guys are going to love it when these are all done. It's so worth it doing your own flags. Say pointers. Pointers, boy. It's too thin now. It's starting to turn orange. Let's see. Is that too watery? Too runny? I'd have to give it 2 coats. That's okay. I don't mind, actually. Oh, I got a little black there that needs to be covered, and it's not covering it because it's too thin. So I'll have to go over that again. 1, 2. So that's the road we're taking. So much faster though when your paint's thin, because it runs so much better. Very fluidity. Welcome to the hobby. Perfect. Yeah. I'll have to get some more, less runny paint. Cover these. Let's see, I gotta make 4 more flags here. 2 more flags. 1, 2. I think that's enough for the day once I get these last ones done. I gotta think what colors are gonna go with some of these. Black and white usually. It's not often you see red and yellow or something. It's usually red and white, or red and black, or blue and white, blue and black, or green and white, green and black. That's usually how they go. Not always, I don't think. I could be wrong. They could all be that way. I'm not sure. But from what I've seen, pretty fun, huh? Look at that. It's so awesome. Oh, I'm not even... Why am I not hearing these alerts to the chat? Sorry, you guys. I didn't have my thing plugged into my ear. I didn't hear anything. Oh no. Gotta pay attention here. Got squirrel there. Get to that in a minute. Let me go back to the chat here. The new challenge is get so good at beatboxing that YouTube gives you a copyright strike. Yeah, imagine that. Yeah, maybe we can get that going. See how many copyright infringers we get annoyed with us. I'm going to open a sunscreen supply. 2 degrees here, Celsius that is. That's 2 above freezing. Yeah, 0 would be freezing. For us it's 32. Paul goes on to say, going to start watching the modern version of Battlestar Galactica with my youngest in 10 minutes or so. I hope he likes it, because I want to watch them all again. Which one? The modern version? Not the original version from the 1980s, right? You're not talking about that. I love the 1980s version. Oh, man. I could binge watch that. I've never seen the modern one. 3 more barded horses glued together for the knights. I like the dogs they include on the War Games Atlantic sprues. Gonna do a pack of them and house rule them for halflings. Nice. I love War Games Atlantic. Do you do any? Oh, that's right. You do a channel. I was going to ask you, do you have a channel on YouTube? I was just watching your video. You need to get some hobby stuff up there so we could see what you're talking about. I think most of your stuff is just the narrative you got going for the campaign, which is great. Unless you got another channel somewhere. And there we go. Hold on, let me make that nice and big. From the Squirrel Hermitage, you can always count on him. There he is, pillar of the community, coming around the corner. There he is, the Squirrel Hermit of the Hermitage. And he says, here's a few months on the house. I appreciate that, man. That's great. It's true. It's true. That will come in handy. You'll get to see it all, I'm sure. I appreciate that, Squirrel. Cheers, man. 36 human dollars. Ka-ching, ka-chung. Oh, yeah. Make a note, Clyde. I need to get a cowbell in here. Every time I get donations, the cowbells go off. I keep forgetting to go in the other house and bring in some cowbells. More like sheep bells. But yeah, I got plenty of them, all different sizes. I'm going to hang them in here, and every time something happens, clang, we're going to let off some celebration fireworks. Sound-wise, anyway. Yeah, appreciate that, Squirrel. Thanks. So there we go. I'll keep that up for a little bit. I think it's the least I could do. Nice job transitioning. Whoops. Let's keep that up there. Nice job transitioning between the color bands. What, the flags? Yeah, we got it going there, don't we? Oh, they're going to look so good. These don't even have to be perfect, and you'll never know. Any imperfections at all will not be seen when these flags are put on. Not that there's a lot of flaws. I think I did a reasonably good job, but this is so easy to do, honestly. It's not difficult at all. I think more people should do it. I can't wait to do this with cloth flags. I am so excited to do cloth flags. For my, well, from now on, I'm going to be making cloth flags for everything in 28 mil. But my inspiration is probably the Williamite era, late 1600s, Great Northern War. Oh, the flags, man. No paper for me. I'm going for cloth flags. That's going to be fun to do. And we'll work on that together, and I'll show you what I come up with and how to make them. Got some ideas. I've been reading some blogs. That's going to be fun. Flagology. Big Small? No, the new one. It was great, in my opinion. Better than I never saw the new one. I only ever saw the original and grew up with it. That was my Star Wars as far as I was concerned. But I've heard the new one isn't bad. It's pretty good too. Agreed on BG, Battlestar Galactica. There are 8 special videos full of modeling and painting. I'm going to have to search for those because I didn't see any. All sorts of kit bashing and scratch building craziness in those. And folks, if you haven't checked out his channel, Clyde, I don't know if you check out his channel, Big Small Worlds. Look it up. Great stuff. He's got this narrative storytelling for a campaign that he's playing with his sons, friends. I don't know who else is involved, but it's a Warhammer campaign. It's great. And he does a really good job at the narration. He's got the voice for it. He's got that little Yorkshire accent going in there. It's pretty good. And he displays miniatures as they do the talking. Really well done. Very inspirational. I'm tempted to do something very similar to that. So I tip my hat to you, Paul. Great stuff. You inspired ours, too. So yeah, check it out, folks. Big Small Worlds. He's been doing that for years. And up there's Clyde dashing. Not to be outdone. Let's make that a little big. Clyde is also a member of the community. Coming in with $10 in a hat tip just as well. Thanks, Clyde. I appreciate that. You guys do so much for me. You know, I don't fully understand, but it's so appreciated in a huge way. So thanks for that, Clyde, Squirrel. And everybody else. You know, I'm not asking for anything. You know, you guys don't have to do any of this stuff, but you know, it's a huge big deal to me. But I appreciate it. Can I be the broken rickety pillar with termites? We need more cowbell. Noted. Seriously, you got to remind me for that one. I do have cowbells out the wazoo, and I want to bring them in. They're part of my family. You know, I don't want them to disappear, so I should bring them in. Big ones, small ones, little tiny ones like this. The little guys that you'd put on a goat. Jeff Wesovich, oh yeah, at that scale, definitely more cowbell. I've subbed great stuff. It is. It's quite entertaining when you got some time. And they're not horrendously long videos either. I think the one I watched was what, 12? Was it like 12 minutes? Or am I thinking of Warmutt's video that I just watched? I think his video was 12 minutes. I don't remember how long, but they're not that long. Yeah. So there you go. Community. I think it's the least we can do is to share one another's channels as much as we can and do the so-called shout out thing. Because it helps the community, you know. Let people know that there's this channel and he does this. There's that channel and he does that. And it's good. Meaningful stuff. Wholesome stuff. And we need more of that on YouTube. Not this over-professional, commercialized nonsense that we seem to be saturated with, which gets very tiring and annoying and depressing, to be honest with you. Just some real stuff. No fakery. That shows you what you can do in this hobby. Squirrel he deserves a heck of a lot more subscribers. I love his channel. For the reasons I just mentioned. And he's another one to subscribe to and share the love. He paints. He does. I think most of your videos, Squirrel, is all painting and projects you've done and little vlog style stuff. That's the bulk of it. How more wholesome can you get than that? Jeff, you need to start pushing some buttons and doing some vids. It's been a long time, Jeff. Got to work on Jeff. Thanks for the comments. My son is shouting down the stairs and he's ready to watch. Got to climb into the attic to find the DVDs. I can picture it now. Well, you go do that, Big Small. I appreciate it, man. You be on. I'll be on. If not tomorrow, the next day. We'll see. And watch your feed. Appreciate you having here, man. Toodaloo's, Big Small. I believe his name is Paul, if I remember correctly, after talking to ours. Over there in the UK. Yeah, that's great. Great stuff. Oh, wait a minute. What did I... Today's Wednesday, right? Did I miss the Musty Wargamers? They're every 2 weeks on Thursdays. I saw an alert notification come up in my feed, I think yesterday. But they weren't. That must be for... All right, that's for Thursday, which is tomorrow. All right. Yeah, I was going to say, I missed the Musty Wargamers. But they didn't do one yet, right, Clyde? That's tomorrow. I was going to say, I missed it. I try to watch those. They used to invite me on. They don't invite me on no more. They get sick and tired of me. They got a nice little group of regulars now, which I appreciate. Tim, I don't really know him too much, but I've been following along him. He's great. I won't say a great guy because I don't know him, but he seems like a really good guy. And of course, Dan Buman was another guy I love. I've known him forever. I love what he does with his terrain. He made a 28mm World War II era. Could be used for anything. Barn a few years back, and I remember him as he built it and talked about it. I said to him, man, I could sleep in that barn if I was a little guy. You know, that would be great. That looks so comfortable. He did so well on this project. The barn. It was so realistic looking. I want my hobby to be like his. But I like to listen to them. Because it's real. And I think what they do is fantastic. The Musty Wargamers. Rusty and Palmer. Whoops, I just made a big mistake. Holy cow. Did I screw that up? With red paint, no less. I don't know if I could salvage this. Oh, man. Boy, did I mess that up. Sitting here talking about the Musty Wargamers. I totally messed this up. I painted a wedge red that should not have been painted red. It needed to be left white. So I guess that'll end up being black. Okay. That's easy enough to fix. Happy little mistakes. That's all that is. Right? That's okay. Glad I'm not zoomed in on my work here. You'd see that. Watch me make one of these terrible, dreadful mistakes. Live. Can't have that going on. Dreadful. A happy little mistake. Give it the old Bob Ross. Yeah, it's not a big deal actually. I could just paint over it with a different color. Black. That covers quite well. Oh, I really got into my conversation there. To not know that. If you want to see what I did, I'll actually show you. Right here, they're supposed to look like the bottom part, where you got a wedge here and a wedge there. That's what it's supposed to look like up top. Well, I painted the middle area, the middle wedge, red as well. I think you could see that, right? So now it's all red all across the top here. So that's okay. And boy, I put it on thick. Hey, Chihuahua. Just totally engrossed in my conversation about the musty wargamers. Did you ever watch them, Squirrel? I like them. I've known Palmer and Rusty for years. They're solid wargamers. They don't really role play or anything like that, but I know they occasionally talk about role playing. And Rusty has role played. He played AD&D back in the day. Him and his brothers. He's quite familiar with it. But he spends most of his time with miniatures and painting and printing and historical and fantasy. And they do some other weird stuff. Palmer likes to do some weird stuff. He does that Marvel Superheroes miniatures game. He does things like that too. Zombicide. Rumble Slam. So yeah, he's not one of these history nerds like me. He's a really good painter too. Rusty does Battletech nowadays. I don't know. They're two separate channels, but they both alternate who hosts the Musty Wargamers stream. They go back and forth. The others, Dan and Tim, they don't usually host it. They just come on and join in the conversation. It's every Thursday at 10 Eastern. He's one of the few. Palmer's one of the few Canadians who I get along with. Or who tolerates me, I should say. I could count on one hand my friends from Canada who tolerate me. And the other hand is all the ones who don't. I don't know, man. You Canadians, you Canadians. I'll look at the chat in a second here, Squirrel. Whoever messaged me there. Could be Clyde. I don't know. I didn't look. I better look. Who's Iron Man? Iron Man always lingering in the back. I'm always forgetting him. Kevin posted a new vid. Kevin Carosa. I'm going to have to keep my eyes open for it over on my feed. More amazing painting on his end. Yeah, he emails me every once in a while. I haven't started his project yet. I don't really have a whole lot to discuss with him, but he's always curious. Not that he's in a rush or anything at all. He's probably one of the nicest guys I've ever met in my life, I think. Just sampled some of the chicken noodle soup. I think Zadarok will approve. Chicken, white egg noodles, onion, spinach, and peas. Ooh, the peas. Yes, that's a good ad. Is this your recipe, Squirrel? Wow. Squirrel can cook. He knows what he's doing. Oh, much appreciated. Walter, stop being noisy. Okay, so far so good. No mistakes on these reds. I need some more water. Yes, I thin with water. I'm old school. I'm also impatient. And the water's like right there. Kevin Krause, the Krause collection, 15 millimeter. Amazing what he does. His project I'm going to be doing later this year. Probably the second half of the year. Actually, I'm probably going to tackle his project as well as these two other projects that I'm working on. So I really want to get them done this year. And it's 3 separate armies, 3 separate collections that I'm going to break up into smaller little projects so I can get paid as I go down the road. Be a little bit more interesting for me. But I think I'm going to kind of mix them up together. So I'll spend like a couple months working on one while I'm working on another. And then put focus on the other project or two and just keep doing that, switching it up. Getting each project done one at a time. One is an Austrian Napoleonic army in 10 mil. Never painted the Austrians in that scale. And an entire army I've never done. So it's going to be good. It's going to be good. That'll be fun. I'm going to learn a lot about the uniforms and painting techniques. In general, I love the Austrians with their white and browns and blues. So that's going to be enjoyable. One project is a French army, which I've done numerous times. Not so excited about that one. That means I don't have to worry about details because I know all this stuff. And the third project is Kevin's project, which is a fantasy Kislev. Russian type of an army. Fantasy with monsters and everything, and it's in 15 millimeter, not 10. So that's going to be an interesting project, and I'm thinking it'll be quite fun. Yeah, and that's how we're going to carry through the year. Go out with a bang. And you guys get to see me do all that stuff. All right, there's the reds. So we got some reds there. We got 4 flags of red. We've got 2 greens. We've got blues. We've got a row of dark blue. We've got a long row of purplish. And a little bit of reds. And 6 more flags to do here. And the parts that are white that you can see on there, the wedges are typically going to be either white or black. The little circle in the middle is like a tan orange type of color where the eagle is going to be drawn on. There's going to be gold crowns in the corner wedges, gold wreath going around the circle. All that stuff will be added last after they're painted. So yeah, once all this is painted with a base color, some of them are going to have their wedges split into 2 colors. I'll pick them out and do that. But the next step after that is going to be painting the circles and painting the remaining wedges. Anything that's white is going to get some paint. Even the white parts are going to be painted white. So these will be fully colored. Yeah. It's fun. I enjoy this. I think the greatest reward of this, doing your own flags, is the satisfaction from it. Because you're connecting with your collection. Yet even more. I mean, you paint all these miniatures. The only thing you don't do is sculpt the miniatures. But you paint them, you base them. So doing the flags too, that's just one more added connection with your collection, with your models. Like the flags are not only painted by me, but they're put on and created by me. That's great. So I really enjoy that aspect of this hobby. Flag skills, as the kids say. Yeah, there you go, Clyde. Flag skills. In 10 mils. I think my propane delivery will cost about $580. Ouch. How long does that last you? How long does that last you before you need a refill? How does that even work? Do they send you a bill every month? And how much you pay is based on how much they had to put in your tanks? I've got propane on the other house. I think my propane... I read that. Ouch, Ola. 580's nothing to take lightly. Wow. Does the guy bring you a bill when he delivers it? I don't know how that works. Boy, if I could, I'd move the propane tanks closer to this house, put them on the side somewhere, and bring the propane heater into this house. It'd be perfect. I'd be a little bit weary of all the tubes and stuff. But that's something that could be done. Maybe I'll look into that. Got a couple decent sized propane tanks that I can move myself. They're not that huge. Just strap them onto the other house. A propane bill was never too high, if I remember. So there you go, folks. That's enough for today. Tomorrow I'm going to finish these last flags. There's 6 of them left. We're going to put some other colors in there. I'll have to look and see what colors I want to use. Could be some oranges. Whatever. So we're at least going to get those last 6 done in the next session. And heck, I might even start flocking the bases too. That's what's next for them. I'll show you. Let me slip this over here. That's half of the collection. Well, there's 15 more bases of infantry. There they are. So the generals. Scooby-Doo. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Holy flock, Batman. Very cold 6 weeks. 6 weeks ago. Usually leaves a receipt, but didn't this time. So you filled up your tanks. I think I'll do that too. I think I will bring the propane over. Take the risk. I hope they'll blow up. Because I'd have to unhook the cable or the tube that's going into the house and into the... You know what I mean. It's a nice propane heater. Pretty decent size. It'll heat up a room and then some. For me, it would probably heat up the whole house. Yeah, I'm going to look into that. Hopefully it's not leaking and explodes. Nordic Maelstrom, just in time. I'm finished painting. I just worked on flags here. Let me show you what I did. Got to show Nordic because this is what he comes here for. Is that blurry? Where's that sweet spot? Right there? I can't tell. Well, anyway, you get the gist. I added the reds. Did some more blues. This bottom row down here. Next session, I'm going to finish these last 6 flags. Yeah. Almost halfway there. Fun stuff coming up in the next few sessions as I draw eagles, split wedges into multicolors. Actually draw on details. That'll be fun. Thanks, Nordic. Snordic. Now I'm calling you Snordic. Oh, Snorri Snorston. 3 hours and 45 minutes. Not bad. Snorri Snorkelson. A guy that wrote the poetic Edda and the prose Edda. Snorri something. I can never remember his last name. It's like Snorkelson or something. You could look that up. To get that name, because I can't remember it. I'll accept Lord General Nordstrom. Sir Nordstrom. Lord General Nordstrom, that is. Of course you do. Well done for sure. Nice looking flags. Thanks, Squirrel. Thanks, Nordic. I appreciate that. You know I do. Positive feedback is a positive thing. Sturlson. That's the name. Thank you. Old Snorri. We call him Snorri around here. Knuckle duster. That I actually did write down. I got a lot of notes, things to do. One of them was checking out Knuckle Duster's website. The other one is garbage. Gotta take the garbage out tonight. Oh man, I don't have my book. Pens don't work. Clyde, take a note. I gotta get new pens. Got Tennessee written down here. I don't know why. Totally forgot what that note was about. Did you get any snow up there yet? Supposed to get some more light snow and then freezing rain. Yeah, we got the same coming. Nothing yet so far. I'm afraid of ice. I think tomorrow night, is it? We're supposed to get some rain and snow mix. Then the temperature is going to be kind of going up to the 40s, I think. But then it's going to get freezing again. So hopefully it dries out instead of not, and then freezing and turning into sheets of ice in the driveways and walkways. That's a disaster for me. I don't have any rock salt or anything. Well, get cracking, Nordic. Grab that garbage can. I live here all by myself. I don't make a lot of waste to throw out. So I could take the garbage out once every 2 weeks, and it would still be just maybe 1 or 2 bags, tops. It wouldn't be a big deal. I miss the garbage every once in a while. It's no big deal. Sometimes I have so little garbage, I don't even bother taking it out because there's nothing there. It's like half a bag. It's the advantages of living a simple life. Solo. Tonight into tomorrow, we're getting the freezing rain. Yeah, I just looked at it. Well, we don't need more of that. I just hope it doesn't get cold. The ice? No, no ice, please. There is a sheet of ice right now on the path going to my studio. It's just a sheet of freaking ice. What I do is I put dirt down on top of it. But I didn't put anything down on that over there. I don't go over there too often. Well, I do actually a few times a day, but I'm careful. I don't need to be hauling dirt over there. Garbage cans, plural, not singular. I have to take out the neighbor's cans too. So it's about 5 cans. Or are they elderly or something? Isn't that tell me what you were doing? Am I following along? That's nice of you. Oh, 91. Yeah, that's good of you. Got to take care of our elderly, our seniors, if you want to call them. They're to be prized and valued, as they always have been in the past. Not mistreated and thrown in homes and left to just die. Just terrible. They're so full of wisdom and stories, and there's so much we could learn from them. So much. It's a shame when I think about it. My grandmother lived to be 103, and she would tell so many stories. And she was pretty sound of mind, right up to the end. She started to go a little bit. It was evident. But so much wisdom. Oh my gosh, what is the purpose of life if not to share and gain wisdom? Let's see. I guess I better clean some things before spaghetti prep. I'm going to have spaghetti later this week, I think, Clyde. If you got any special recipe ingredients or anything, let me know. Mine is cinnamon. A little bit of cinnamon in your red sauce. Just does amazing things. Not too much. Take care, Clyde. Appreciate it, my friend. Talk to you soon. Clyde dashing, everybody, as he steps out with his fedora in place. Spaghetti. Nordic's a fan of the old spaghettage. Clyde agrees. I have about the elderly, I'm sure. I had a neighbor that was 92, says Iron Man. I moved my front lawn without me. I mowed my front lawn without me asking. He killed 2 apple trees and smashed the front porch. What? Let me read this again. I had a neighbor that was 92. I mowed my front lawn without me asking. I assume he mowed your front lawn without asking? He killed 2 apple trees and smashed the front porch. Arn is great for bringing down the vibe. Just every time. I think he goes out of his way to do this. Every time. Smash the front porch. Oh. And Clyde, another reason for a hobbit hole in the backyard. There you go. I can live in the hole and move my in-laws into my house when I get older. There you go. That's good thinking. I could dig that way of living. The old hobbit hole? Yeah. I agree, but the seniors in government need to step aside and stop ruining stuff. Yes, 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 yes. Was he driving a riding mower, Arn? Sounds like he was on an old zero turn. Industrial strength steel, baby. 4-foot cut. Sounds like he's riding in one of those bastards. Those things will tear a porch right off the house. Crash into it. And they'll go up to 30 miles an hour. Okay, there, Nordstrom. All right, he's laying it on the line. He's telling it like it is. Lord General. You need to paint some ships. That's what you need to do. You need to get into naval wargaming. Yeah, you need to put together some model ships. Because you know you loved them. You'd love to. You know it. Some wooden ships and iron men. Huh? How great would that be? You could easily use your board game rules, like flying colors or wooden ships and iron men, to actually fight your miniatures battles. How great would that be? You know you want to do this. It's a project lingering in the back of your mind for a long time. The time to strike is soon. Yeah, he was driving a riding mower. I just leveled and planted new grass. Ground was soft, so bought a new pusher. I had to redo the planting too. But he just did that on his own. Come right in, destroyed your lawn. Wow. Imagine that. What, did he lose his mind? Just started to mow your side of the property? Boy, things got out of hand real quick there. I'd play wooden ships and iron men, but I have easier access to flying colors. They'd both work. That would be fun. That would be a really fun project for me. It's so easy to do. Even just a handful of ships, and you're good to rock. Rock the high seas, man. It's so doable. I love ships. I love naval stuff. I am going to do it. I would not venture into the depths of my mind. Wait a minute. I would not venture into the depths of my mind, Fritz. It is a very scary place, full of mysterious and secret of the universe. Mysteries and secrets of the universe. Yes, indeed. I bet. Don't want to tiptoe around there. Plus 3D printing is a thing. I would love to do it in 1/600 scale. I have a whole slew of 1/700 scale Warlord Games Black Seas models. I have a whole bunch of them. But it's 1/700 scale, not 1/6. Not really interested in 1/1200 and that size. I want some big ships. I'm not interested in big fleet battles. I like squadron actions. So the bigger ships, you know, the 3-4 inch ships, that kind of thing, is what I would be interested in. I don't know, though. I guess 1/1200 is pretty good, too. I might dip down into that scale. That's always an option, but I like the bigger ships. I do Napoleonic, and I do the Age of Piracy era. I guess I could do the whole of 18th century. For I am a temporal master, and the depths of my mind are not for the weak of mind and body. I need to find a line of sailing ships that isn't pricey and go for it. If I could print some, I'm going to find STLs to go alongside what I'm trying to do. If I find the right STLs and you like them, I could print them. That's a huge big deal because ships are expensive. But it'd be what a great project that would be. temporal. I like that word. Today's word of the day is temporal. Use it 3 times before the clock strikes midnight, and you might be a winner of a fully painted army in 15 mil, minimum 300 figures, maximum 1,000, of your choice. Painted by my good friend Squirrel Hermit of the Hermitage. There you go. Temporal. Temporal. Pirate Captain Nordstrom is ready to make the Spanish Main quiver with terror and awe. You know what I think? I think the greatest project we could do is one that involves those very same ships. Maybe we could do a group project. I was going to do that with one of my friends for a different era, not naval. But that would make a good group project where we all work together. In this case, to do a particular conflict or a particular era of ships, of naval. What a great project that would be. Squirrel could join in and paint up 2 squadrons of 6 ships total. I'll paint up 4 squadrons. You could paint up 4. We'll all do it around the age of piracy era. Or right in there. Late 1600s, early 1700s. Right in there, that little time frame. You know? We'll each do 1 or 2 factions. You know, we could share information on, what color was the hull? What did they do with their sails? Any suggestions? You know, do I do cloth sails? Oh, rat lines. How do we do that at this scale? Everybody could do their own scale. 1/700, 1/600, 1/1200. Squirrel would probably go for the 1/1200. And I'll even print up some stuff. That means we gotta wait till spring. Thereabouts, but that would be fun. That would be good. A group project. Tempura paints. Very good, Iron Man. Good use. That's close. Good enough for Michelangelo. Good enough for miniatures, I say. I shall sail forth with my dread pirate ships, the Maelstrom and the Dutch Hammer. I like it. I like it. Gotta love naval stuff. Could be part of the Summer Sizzler Challenge. Good idea. Good idea. That would be a perfect time, too. Yeah, I think that's a really good idea. I got so many projects to consider. Here's another one. But that naval thing, I love the sea and sea battles and history and shanties even. I love that. And I've only tickled it very lightly on the surface in my lifetime. I did some Dreadnought era, Russo-Japanese 1/3000th scale ships. And I actually did a battle report. I was helping playtest a set of rules that eventually got bought out by Clash of Arms games and never to see the light of day. Very sad. But anyway, that was a thing. I got into that. It was really fun. And I haven't really done anything since. When I was a kid, I made little cardboard ships and fought battles with ironclads, wooden ships, ancient galleys. That's a whole other story. But, yeah. I think it would be cool. I think naval gaming and ships underrepresented in our hobby. I don't know why. Summer Sizzler. I like that. Run out the long lines, Mr. Fritz. Make ready to unleash hell. Aye, Captain. Arr. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I'm all in for that. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I'm all in for that. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I'm all in for that. Matt is selling me of serpents and the seas to complete my Flying Colors collection. Well, that's nice of him. Honestly, that's a really great game. It's not as detailed as I would like it. I like the smaller ship actions, and this plays with that. And I know it's got an expansion that allows for that ship-on-ship duel thing. It's got rules for that in one of the expansions. I know that. But I do love the game. I haven't played it enough. It's one of those games that, like so many, I've only tickled the surface. Really good game. A couple times I have gone out of the way to set up an actual scenario, full blown, with who knows how many ships, nothing huge, but and in one case, no, I'm sorry, in both cases, I got as far as setting it up, and that's it. I never followed through and actually even began to play. The only games I've played with it is what I like to call bring and play. I forget what I call it. Basically, just take out a couple ships of each nation, put them down, make it look interesting, and then just start playing randomly. That's the most I've ever really done. And it was really good fun. And those I played. But I need to sit and play some actual historical matchups and see what happens. It's a great series. The rules for ship duels are in Of Serpents of the Seas and the newer Under the Southern Cross. And how about that other one that's coming out for the earlier period? That's up my alley. Oh, man. Napoleonic era is great. Late 1700s, fantastic. But, man, give me those galleons, those galleys. Galleons, actually. Give me some of those. Load of the water ships. I like it. Maybe I should tempt you to play Flying Colors by setting up a battle and taking photos. Yeah, please do. Much appreciated. I love naval games, man. Baltic Thunder. Immediately upon its announcement. Is that what it's called? Baltic Thunder? Oh, Squirrel. What a great game. Squirrel don't do board games. I don't know. I guess that's not for everybody. Particularly historical nerds, which is the kind of board games I'm talking about here. History. So good. Oh, I want to do so many things. You guys are throwing me off. Getting me all excited. All I got is these paints. Da 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 da. SpongeBob SquarePants. Neolithic canoe. Ah, the premise I love. Neolithic canoe battles. Just dip the miniature in brown and give it a dark wash. Done. Voila. Neolithic canoe battles. That's great. That's great. I love it. That's one way to go about it. Neolithics. I don't know. I might go, if I start a project like that, I'm probably going to go crazy. I mean, I'd have to get oak and iron, get all the fun ships in there and start playing immediately and painting the ships and then thinking about 1/600th scale to expand it. And then Black Seas, just because it's I've got ships for it in 1/700. Why not? I could print others and do that too. We'll do black. Let's get Black Seas too. And then all the independent miniatures rules I have for this would go alongside all these miniatures. I would just go crazy. I'd start doing all this stuff. And don't forget the board game stuff. I'd be like, oh well heck, I gotta get more flying colors. Yeah, that Baltic Thunder. Oh, I gotta get that. I gotta buy that ASAP right now. I'm a pretty controlled, disciplined person, though. I try to be, but that would be tempting. And don't even get me started on the ancient era. I've been working on my own rules for that for, it feels like centuries now. Talk about distractions. I've got a secret project I haven't told anyone. That would have to be put to the side, which is very upsetting. But yeah, then I'm lost. Then I'm lost. And I fall into the rabbit hole of miniature wargaming. No more skirting the edge after climbing out after years and years of black hole struggling. Schlink right back down deep. Just buying stuff. Let's see, I got to put up a new roof. Screw it, we'll put it off another 6 months. I'm going to buy some game rules with miniatures. Yeah, Baltic Thunder, here I come. That's what happens when you skirt the edge in this hobby. Especially when you live alone. Things like that happen. Gotta watch. Discipline is key. I should sit down with Todd and give my canoe battles game a Pig Wars flavor. Yeah. The old Pig Wars. That'd work. He'd get into that for sure. For sure. I gotta step away for a few. Okay, Nordic. I'm probably gonna end this soon, so I can eat. It's already 4 hours and 13 minutes long. Not bad. Appreciate you, Nordic. Hang in there, my friend. I do enjoy a board game from time to time. My favorite for years was one called Conquest of the Empire. That was a very long time ago. I will get again. Great stuff. What was it called? Conquest of the Empire. Doesn't ring a bell with me, although I can visualize it. What that would actually look like. Did it have miniatures, or was it an actual hex and counter type of game? Ah, so many good games. Sorry, that was probably loud. Well, I'm excited for this year, and I get my game room, where this is going to take me. I know there's going to be some board gaming going on, and there's going to be some miniatures gaming going on, some fantasy and sci-fi. I know there's a lot that's coming. I'm very excited about it. I love my role-playing games, but there's other parts of this hobby that I haven't been enjoying for too long. Flames of War. It's going to feel good to get back into it. Get little Jake into it, and Jesse back into it. And have a house again. So there's a lot of good stuff to look forward to this year. My AD&D group met up with a bronze golem, level 20. Does 40-10 per fist. 1 round, and frontline 7th level fighters were down to less than 10 hit points. They ran like frightened children. I bet they did. How many players you got going in that group? 6, 7? I imagine it's pretty big, your group. You showed the picture. But they came back throwing lightning bolts, magic missiles, and a lot of longbows. Golem died. Nice. 3 cheers! Huzzah! 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 Exciting times. Well, that's good news, aren't it? Terry Pratchett. 5 players running 9 characters, counting henchmen. Not bad. Henchmen. I miss henchmen. Mercenaries, specialists, henchmen, hirelings, blah blah blah. Gotta have them. They're part of the game. It's only 4 o'clock. Oh, I'm going to finish off my Alfredo pasta tonight, I think, Squirrel. I just went crazy with it. I got Alfredo sauce, a big jug of it, and I just put everything in it. I've got green peppers, yellow peppers in it. I've got turkey kielbasa in it. I've got ground sausage in it. I've got proper kielbasa in it, not turkey stuff. I got that in there too. So the 3 different types of meat in there, really. A little bit of oregano, salt, pepper. I don't have any other spices. They're all gone. No garlic, because if the dog laps up any of it, it's going to make him sick. So no garlic. And no nutmeg. I never tried it with nutmeg in it. But they say, or Matt says, use nutmeg for your white sauces and cinnamon for your red sauces. So I haven't tried that yet. And yeah, and some proper pasta. Oh, and potatoes. I actually put little chunks of not pre-cooked. I fried them separate. Potatoes. I put in potatoes as well. So it's just full of stuff. Oh, and onions. Some yellow onion and some red onion. So it's got everything in it. I guess I could have put sweet peas in there too if I wanted to. But yeah, I just went crazy with the Alfredo sauce. I'll probably be digging into that tonight. 5 players or that. Treating myself to a banquet apple pie. $1 at Walmart. That's good. Tasty. Not healthy for you at all, but screw it. At our age, it don't matter. I can eat it down. It's good. Get a party-sized bag of Almond Joys for dessert. There you go. Live it up, Iron Man. You've made it this far. It's time to celebrate. Sometimes I think that way. It's not a good way to think. Almond Joy's got nuts. Mounds don't. Did you know that? Because sometimes you feel like a nut. And again, sometimes you don't. If I can't eat apple pie, why live? Well said. I was never a fan of apple pie growing up. I learned to really appreciate it, though, later on. My mom would make Apfelkuchen, and it was really good. Basically a pastry-wrapped apple. And I enjoyed that. And as I went on with life, I discovered, boy, I've been missing out with just apple pie. Nice glaze, a sugary glaze on top. Oh, man. Gotta have the right apples. For sure. Pumpkin pie is my favorite, though. Boston cream. Coconut cream. Chocolate cream. All those kind of sweet pies are just so out of this world good. But apple pie is so wholesome and still really good and sweet and creamy. Hey, you can't beat it. Cinnamon. Hopefully I'll be able to make some homemade pies. I'll show it off to you guys as I sit here live. Have a food reaction, my own cooking. I make apple pie with the brown sugar and butter topping. Oh, that sounds so good. Brown sugar. Did you ever have blueberry? Is it blueberry or huck? Blueberry buckle. Did you ever have blueberry buckle? It's like a little cake. Yeah, it's a cake with, it's a blueberry cake. And it's got a brown sugar topping. I don't know how my mom made that. It's just the topping was these big chunks and crumples of brown sugar. It was mixed with something. It's not just brown sugar sprinkled on. I mean, there's just clusters of it all over the top. Oh my God, it was so good. Man. I'd have to root through the recipe books to find her recipe for that. Blueberry buckle. Fresh blueberries. It's based, I think what it is, it's just like a white or yellow cake batter, essentially, that's got blueberries mixed in it. Lots of, is there cinnamon? Yeah, cinnamon. Cinnamon's in there. Blueberry buckle. Sure, Zadorok knows about it. Buttered rum sauce. Oh, that sounds good. Buttered rum. Man, I love food. Oh yeah, chili. I forgot about that. I gotta make chili. What are we at? We got 4 viewers, folks. I'm gonna call it here. Because now I'm getting hungry. I'm uncomfortable sitting here for so long. Gotta walk the dog, you know. Arn, you know all about it. We're going to be back again, if not tomorrow, the next day. I try to space these out a little bit, give me a little bit of breathing room. More importantly, give you guys a little bit of breathing room from me. So, Squirrel, I really am grateful for you guys. I appreciate that, what you did today. As always. You're also a community member too, so yours is pretty much consistent. And Clyde, once again, I appreciate that. It's a big deal to me. Iron Man, talking sweet pies. I'm certain Zadorok is aware of such culinary delights. Yes, she likes to bake. Later all, says Iron Man. Love you folks, and robust blessings. Another awesome word, robust. I've been using it more and more. I like it. I like it a lot. Yeah. So folks, with that, I'm going to call it. I'll see you guys in a day or two. And we'll get back to painting these flags and finishing off the basing and all that other good stuff. Yes. So once again, thanks everyone. Thanks Squirrel, Clyde, everybody. Iron Man, thank you very much, my friend. We're going to talk to you folks again soon. So have a good evening. Stay warm. Stay robust. And we'll talk to you all soon. Hang in there, folks. You know why? It's only going to get better. And that's the truth. Talk to you soon.